Good evening. I'd like to call the Committee of the Whole meeting for Tuesday, August 2nd, 2022 to order. First off, any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we'll move to the approval of the agenda. Need a mover and seconder. Councillor Frake?
Yes, this is a good time to talk about the items on the agenda. I'd like to retract my notice of motion, which is now 8.2A, but I'd like to make a statement at that time, but I'd like to rescind the motion. Is it a good time to do that? Or?
Yeah, that's so noted by the clerk. All right, seeing no further questions on approval of the agenda, need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio. Seconder, Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the August 2nd, 2022 Committee of the Whole agenda be adopted as amended. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to the adoption of the previous minutes. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee minutes of July 12th, Committee of Adjustment minutes of July 19th, Grimsby Economic Development Advisory Committee minutes of July 20th, and Active Grimsby Advisory Committee minutes of July 20th, 2022 be received. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to our delegations section. Greg Middleton is here today to answer any questions. He doesn't have a formal designation, but are there any questions or comments from council? Good evening, Greg.
Good evening, everybody.
And if you do have any comments, you're fine to state them now, so go ahead if you do have any.
Yeah, I just want to make it very clear to everybody that our concerns are related primarily to safety and our well-being. We're not NIMBYs. We live in the country. We deal with a lot of things, a lot of noise, trains, farm equipment, dust, smells, you name it. Our concerns with regards to this operation and the basis for our efforts is primarily safety related. With respect to what we feel the town should be interested in is forward-looking planning, the events that have taken place with respect to the property and what its current uses are, we think that the town should be concerned about that at very least. So I'm hopeful that everybody had an opportunity to take a look at the information I sent off, and in particular the impact statements of the people in our group, and look forward to any questions you might have with respect to that information.
Thank you very much, Greg. Questions or comments from council? I don't see any, so we need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the written delegation from Greg Middleton be received. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, Greg. We have your contact information, so we certainly, if questions or comments arise, we will contact you, all right? Thank you for coming out this evening, Greg.
Thank you all for your consideration. Have a good evening.
All right, now we move to our consent agenda. Anyone want to lift anything at this time? Councillor Frake?
Sorry, yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to lift 7.2B. And I'd like to defer 7.1E. Can I do that now?
So you just lift the item now and we'll deal with.
Okay, so
that
7.1E
time.
then. That's it for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to lift 7.2A, which is DRS 2217, just the information report, and PA 2226, which is the site plan application for 84 Livingston Avenue, Block 1, 7.4B. Please.
That is so noted. Councillor Ritchie. That's noted. So we need a mover and seconder for the rest of the consent agenda. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby approves the following items and the various consent items be approved and the recommendation is contained therein. Report CAO 22-09, LinkedIn Learning, Community Business Residents and all town staff. Report FIN 22-20, 2021 Grimsby Public Art Gallery financial statements. Report, I thought that one was lifted.
22. I thought that was.
Okay. Report FIN 22-23, investment policy. Report TC 22-16, council staff partnership and relationship policy. Report BLDG 22-02, building department activity report. All in favor? That's carried. All right, on the report lifted by Councillor Frake, 7.1B, report FIN 2220, the Grimsby Public Art Gallery financial statements. Councillor Frake, go ahead.
It's D, 7.1D.
I just when you asked about lifting, you had two items. You had
Yeah,
listed.
7.1D.
Just D? Okay.
And
All right.
There was another one too.
I thought it was B and D. So.
no, 7.2B.
Okay, that's been noted. So we'll start with 7.1C, lifted by Councillor Ritchie, report FIN 22-22, 2021 Grimsby Downtown Improvement Area financial statements. Councillor Ritchie.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, through the mayor. So yeah, I just had a point of clarity here that when looking at the financial statements, sorry, I'm just pulling it up here, am I correct that there's $130 some odd thousand there in surplus?
Do you want to speak on that, or do you want me to?
Sorry, I think that's an application we're working with the DIA.
Councillor Ritchie, if you can turn your mic off.
Yep, sorry.
Go ahead, Councillor Frey.
I know that Beth, if she's here, has been working with the DIA chair on this particular report, so I'd rather she spoke to it because she's in the front line there, and I think she might be able to speak to that better than me, or you for that matter. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Beth. Go ahead, because I know you've been working with the chair of the DIA on that.
Yes, good evening, through the chair. So the annual surplus for 2021 was actually $40,162, which is on page 5 of the financial statements. I'm not sure if maybe Councillor Rich, you can lead me to which page you were looking at.
Thank you. I was looking at page 8 where it says the financial surplus for 2021 was $40,162. But at the year end, in the bank account, it says $137,565. So just curious if that's correct.
So yeah, through the chair, that would be the accumulation of year-over-year annual surpluses.
Thank you. I just, obviously it looks like we've been putting some money away there every year. I just found it very surprising that through COVID and all the rest that, we didn't use these funds to help do everything we could at the downtown area. So that's why I was just kind of a little bit surprised at that. I don't have any questions per se to that, except for the fact that just very shocked that we didn't do everything, or we couldn't do more to help the businesses. I know it's very tough times with COVID, a lot of shutdowns, but I was just very shocked to see that amount of money still sitting there. Thank you.
I can add a little bit to that. The fact that surplus is sitting there due to the water main replacement that's coming up in 2023, and the businesses are going to be again financially impacted when the road is closed for I'm not sure exactly how long, but if Councillor Furtick was here today, he would certainly know. But it will be a significant impact when Main Street is closed during that construction time, when it does come. All right, we need a mover, and Councillor Frake.
I'd just like to clarify that although Councillor Ritchie may think that the DIA didn't do anything downtown when the COVID was going on, we did. We did things downtown, and we did put some money into the pot. We had shop downtown coupons. We fought for the ballards to be downtown, and numerous other things to encourage people to come downtown and spend their money at the businesses downtown. So we did do things at the DIA, and some of the money at the time did go in there. And the chair is right about the money we put aside for the water main replacement downtown coming up next year or this year. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through the chair. It wasn't the comment that I made that nothing was done. I just said I was surprised to see that kind of money there. And I'm glad to hear that some money's aside for the potential of the water main closures downtown and all the rest. And maybe, maybe that plan can be elaborated a little bit more as to what those plans might be. Because, again, during the COVID times, I know a lot of businesses were suffering at that time, and I was just curious as to why we weren't doing more and not spending what we had there. That's what I was asking for. Thank you.
I have Councillor Sharp, then Councillor Cadwell.
Mayor Jordan, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect, thank you. So I just have a couple questions. One, so when it was mentioned that for the 40,000 and the cumulative surplus is about 120,000, did that other 80,000 surplus? And do we have a regular surplus at the DIA? That's to.
Can you repeat that, Councillor Sharp? It seemed to break up a bit.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah, we had difficulty hearing you, and who did you direct that question to? Did you just direct it to finance?
Yeah, the question was to Beth, and it was about a $40,000 surplus this year. What was the surplus last year and the year before?
Yes, through the chair, I can tell you the last year's surplus on the statement of operations was roughly 25,000. I don't have the 2019 in front of me, but I can certainly get that if you give me a couple minutes.
All right, Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, just to kind of piggyback along with Councillor Ritchie, I understand and can agree somewhat with the reserves being protected, so to speak, for the future. But what plans are there any plans in place? How is it going to be? Business can borrow from this this fund that's going to be in the reserves? Yeah, just is there any more information with regards to how that's going to facilitate?
I don't have any exact details on how the surplus is going to be utilized, but maybe the chair of the DIA would further your question, so you could contact him.
Who's the chair of the DIA?
The chair is Mike Willscraft.
Mike Willscraft?
That's correct. Councillor Vardy.
I'm wondering if it would be a good idea to perhaps to have Mr. Willscraft come and give us an update on DIA activities and plans for the future. If he could be invited to do that, it might be useful.
Yes, that would certainly be a good idea, perhaps for our September meeting. Mike could give us an update.
Mayor Jordan, sorry to interrupt, but did we ever get the 2019 surplus or the previous year's surplus?
Yes, through the chair, I can tell you that the 2019 surplus was 49,000.
Okay. If I could have the floor, Mayor, to just make some comments about that.
Go ahead, Councillor Sharp.
Okay, thanks. So my question is, it seems like we're running a regular surplus at the DIA, and that seems like it was even through COVID, where I thought that the town and the downtown improvement area was really working with the businesses to keep them. I know they did work with the businesses, but on top of that work, if we're still having a surplus, and what seems like 50,000, 40,000, 25,000, like there's significant surpluses in the DIA, and so wherever that money's coming from, I guess it's from the taxpayers. It might be coming directly from the taxpayers downtown. I don't know, but I know the town has been paying for things like those bollards, and currently we have those patio, the sidewalk like reroute things to go around the patio. So if the DIA has what seems like money in the bank every year, why is the town paying for these? And should we revisit like the amount that we're spending on the DIA if they have the money to do it themselves? Well, when can we discuss that? When? I guess we'll discuss it during the budget.
Councillor Vardy.
I'd just like to state that the last 3 years have been anything anything but normal. And so looking at various surpluses, we had our own surplus of $1 million. So I think we really need to be cautious about, any sort of inferences about how this money's being managed, because in the last couple of years, we haven't been in normal times. We've all received, grants that we had not anticipated at the start of budgeting years. So I just caution everyone to be a little careful about how they characterize. Could I please not be interrupted? Mr. Mayor, can you please?
Councillor Sharp, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Sharp.
2019 was before.
Councillor
COVID,
Sharp.
Not
Turn him off.
COVID.
Can you turn them off?
Before COVID.
Turn them off.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Vardy. You have the floor.
Thank you. So just want to finish before we characterize how money's being managed, whether it's being managed well or not, or we're putting too much aside or not enough aside. Our whole budgeting process the last 3 years has been off due to COVID. At the start of the year, we had a plan, and then we lost money, and then we got significant, federal and provincial grants that, hadn't been anticipated. So I would just caution that, just to be careful how we characterize what's being done here. And I think before we make any decisions about how money should be organized or those discussions, at the very least, we should hear from the chairman of the DIA. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, I just have information.
I have my hand up, Mr. Mayor. So does Councillor Sharp.
All right, Councillor Vane, I didn't see you there.
Thank you. I have to kind of agree with Councillor Ritchie and Councillor Sharp in that the DIA, we're paying for a lot of stuff for the downtown dozen businesses or something. Are we giving the same amount of money to the West End and other businesses around town? Are we allowing them to, bill us for items when they have extra cash on their own? I'm just a little, I agree. I don't know why we're paying for the boards and all the other stuff when they've got a huge surplus. Why are the taxpayers paying for that one section of downtown?
They are paying, it's a 50% town DIA share. So DIA is paying their share. And further, every business in the DIA actually pays an extra fee every year to be part of the DIA. And furthermore, in 2019, we had 7 empty storefronts on Main Street. And right now we have 1, and it's only been empty for 3 weeks. So I assume it will be rented out quite quickly. So our downtown's been more vibrant than it has been in years. Seeing no further questions or comments, moved by Councillor Frick. Oh, sorry.
Councillor Sharp.
Councillor Casablanca.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you've given an adequate explanation of money being put aside for future projects. Traditionally, the town has invested money in the downtown because we've seen a value in investing money in the downtown. Downtown property owners pay a levy that is put aside yearly, and that levy is significant. If you own property in the downtown, you pay more tax on your property. Besides the fact that commercial taxes are high, you pay more tax on that property because it's in the downtown. And then we take that money, we match it as a town, and we reinvest that money in the downtown. If we have had a bit of a surplus over the last few years, that's something we can address at budget time. But right now, you've given an adequate explanation. There's a water main replacement coming. There are projects coming in the future, and I don't see $140,000 as this massive surplus. I see it as putting money aside for a rainy day, which is clearly coming in the near future. So that's my opinion, Your Worship.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that report FIN 22-22 2021 Grimsby Downtown Improvement Area financial statements dated August 2nd, 2022 be received as information. All in favor? That's carried.
Aye.
Now we're moving to section 7.1E, report FIN 22-25, bank signing authority. Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think that this is an important piece of information, an important document and report, and I would feel much more comfortable if we had the auditor here to present, so that we could, any questions we might have or discussion, we could have him present to answer the questions. So I'd like to see this deferred to the next meeting or until the auditor is available to address this with, at the council meeting itself. So I'd like to defer this if that's okay.
All right.
I'll second that.
All right. He will be here?
I don't know if he's prepared to speak to it or not.
The auditor's here now, so.
Okay.
So.
Well, if the auditor's here, that's good.
All right.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, is he going to take us through the report?
All right, so we do have the auditor here to answer any questions, and so Councillor Frake, we can keep the resolution as it is. So did you want to speak first?
No, I just wanted to ensure we had the auditor present in case there were questions. If there's no questions, I guess it doesn't really matter, but I think it was important to have the auditor here.
All right, Beth. All right, so we need a mover and seconder for the original resolution. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that report FIN 22-25 bank signing authority update dated August 2nd, 2022 be received. Questions or comments? Seeing none. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we're moving to report FIN 21-21, consolidated financial statements. Questions or comments?
This was one that was on the agenda, so I think Beth might want to speak to it.
All right, Beth, you're going to speak on this? Thank you.
Good evening, councillors. So we are bringing forward our 2021 financial consolidated statements, the draft consolidated financial statements. I do have our auditor on the phone, James, or on the call, James Brennan from Grant Thornton. I'm going to turn it over to him to walk through the 2021 audit report that they have prepared, and it was attached as Appendix B to the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. It's James Brennan. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to highlight some items in the audit results communication. This is the usual communication that we're required to provide along with the presented along with the financial statements. I'm not going to go through it in its entirety. We are substantially completed our audit. We still have a few things to outstanding, which will be the approval of the statement, the draft statements, some subsequent event procedures, correspondence with the lawyers as to whether there's any outstanding claims, and then the signing of the management representation letters. The auditor's report is, as you would see in the Appendix A, is an unqualified report, or like what people call a clean report. There is one emphasis of the matter because we've restated some comparative figures due to a deferred revenue that was not a deferred revenue. The audit risks and results section, we mentioned COVID yet again. I'm hoping next year this COVID will be not mentioned in the financial statements anymore. But we have to make mention that it is noted in the financial statements as to whether there's been any significant impacts to the town. The areas of focus were as we had planned in our planning communication, and no significant findings in any of the areas of focus. We do have to point out that there are some sensitive accounting estimates in the financial statements, in particular the post-employment benefits, which is an estimate based on actuarial valuation of just over $1 million. The other two, which aren't as significant, are the WSIB future benefits of $84,000 and the future tax refunds of $22,000. The other estimate in the financial statements, which is always there, is that the tangible capital assets are amortized on their useful lives, which is an estimate. There is a mention of a group audit because the Niagara Power Incorporated financial statements are incorporated on a modified equity basis, and the component auditor is KPMG, and we have to review their working papers. And again, we had no significant findings. This year, there are no uncorrected misstatements. The ones you see in the report are actually reversals of the prior year uncorrected misstatements. There were no other adjustments or any disclosure matters that we noted. As far as other reportable matters, the only two internal control findings we had were ones that have been reported over the past years, and they are not financial reporting matters. They are entity internal controls, and management are working hard. They're they're making progress, and those findings should disappear next year. The last part of our audit results communication has to do with any accounting or assurance standards that are coming about. And there is one significant one that's going to come into effect in 2 years, which is the asset retirement obligation. This is an obligation that's going to have to appear in the liabilities of all municipalities, and it has to do with any assets that, tangible capital assets, that will require a retirement cost. And it's going to be a significant accounting standard. Even our firm is gearing up. There's talk about subcontracting engineers to be able to audit the obligation that it will appear on the balance sheets. It's 2 years out, but that's not very long. That's not very long before it'll be here. That's all I really wanted to point out. I will take any questions if there are any on the audit results communication.
All right, thank you, James. Beth, do you have any further to add right now, or?
No, through the chair, not at this time, but happy to answer any questions anyone
has. Right, questions or comments from council? Councillor Vardy.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the report. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about, there have been issues with, there were some issues around signing authorities early on in the year. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that with respect to your report. And also, if you can tell me sort of what controls need to be put in place to make sure that those kinds of issues don't arise again. And I don't know if that was your reference to, there were some issues that management is working on that should not be a problem next year. Is that what you were referencing there? Maybe you could talk a little bit about that. Thank you.
So through the chair, the signing authority issue was brought to our attention. We did review staff reports. We read the auditor, the legal correspondence and the ombudsman. Nothing caused us to believe there was any increased audit risk or risk to material misstatement. So we did not modify our audit procedures or add any audit procedures because of that issue. As far as the internal controls, these are entity controls. They're things like a documented business risk plan and documented whistleblower policy, code of conduct, not around financial reporting.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, through you to the auditor. Just reading through on page 37, under the transportation services, and I was just noticing the government transfers. We budgeted in 2021 2.1 million, and our actual was 1.15280, sorry. Is there any reason why that number is quite a bit lower than what we budgeted? Anything, and is it federal and provincial transfers? We're looking at both the levels of government for that line item?
Through the chair, Councillor Cadwell, could you again tell me what page you were looking at? Sorry, what was it, a note or?
Yes, Beth, it's under the Town of Grimsby Consolidated Schedule of Segment Disclosure with Budget Information, page 37 at the bottom there. And the highlight is Transportation Services Revenues. Again, I just see that what we budgeted and our actual was quite a bit lower than what we budgeted. So I'm just curious to how that worked out.
Sorry, and it was the government transfer line through the chair. Are you looking at is it 2020 budget?
It's the year end for December 31st of 2021.
Oh, it's funny. I don't think that I'm looking at the same page. If the
It's page
revenue.
It also has 184 of 354, if that helps.
184 of 354. I'm just going to look it up on the. Oh, I'm having someone here save the moment here for me. Through the chair. So we didn't use all the gas tax or the OCIF funding for capital. So it would just be a deferral of the revenue to match the expenditures incurred. So we would still be able to use it the following year.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, need a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that report FIN 22-21, 2021 consolidated financial statements and trust fund statements be received, and that the draft 2021 consolidated financial statements and trust fund statements in Appendix A be approved, and that the approved financial statements be finalized with the auditors and published on the town's website and circulated to stakeholders as required. All in favor? That's carried.
James Brennan has his hand.
Thank you very much, James, and thank you very much, Beth. Have a good evening. All right, now we're moving to report CAO 22-08, summary of council strategic priority accomplishments, 2019 to 2022. Good evening, Harry.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. And Peter, it's not moving. I knew this would happen. Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just wanted to, what I worked on with the organization is just to provide a wrap-up of the strategic priorities that you set in 2019. I thought it'd be I'm doing a PowerPoint to accompany the report. The report was meant to cover most of the highlights, but I didn't cover exactly everything. But I think it's a great opportunity for council to share with the public as we move forward. I'm looking for, your go-ahead, and then we'll put this in a good website document and do a press release on just how many accomplishments the council and the team did make. As I go through the presentation, I'm going to go through it pretty quickly and focus more on our people at the end, because really that's who made it all happen. But I did want to talk a bit about the background, how we got the priority set, our accomplishments based on the initiatives. And then if you recall, we did a tremendous amount of community support, both after hours with council and team members and during the 2 years of the pandemic, and I want to show you a bit of that. But really a lot of these accomplishments were built on a very strong foundation that this council developed on financial health and a real focus on our people. and then I'd like to summarize. But if you recall, you were all elected in December, it seems like just yesterday, right? December 2018. And then it took us about a year to set the priorities in December of 2019. We were building on some guiding principles, really around 6 major pillars, if you recall, about 22 initiatives, and we have initiated all 22, completed many of them, but some of them are going to be a carryover for the new council to consider. But they've definitely been started and lots of momentum. On responsible development, this council has been involved in the approval of about $750 million of developments. That's initiated about 1 million square feet of industrial commercial space, which has created and retained about 1,000 jobs as we move forward into the next council term. We've also had some litigation where we've opposed and appealed based on responsible development, things that this council and the town didn't feel were appropriate, about 4 major files. We've also, replacing a water main in the downtown, that's a 50 to 75-year project. We felt it was a good opportunity to look at how do we reimagine the downtown, and we've had tremendous feedback, about 2,000 views on our Let's Talk Grimsby site, and direct input from 650 residents, so we're working on that still. And by the way, we were fortunate enough to get a $1.9 million grant from the feds and the province to help us with that project. We also, on responsible development, did a lot of work in Grimsby Beach. We've set up the first community benefits working group for the Winston neighborhood, the first ever urban design panel that helped us with Century condos, and of course completed a revised development charge study and got that approved in bylaw. In business attraction and growth and retention, we've hired our first economic development officer, the one and only. And we've done a lot of work. We're really helping the local businesses more with the business directory, Digital Main Street, Grimsby's got it, the patio program. We've helped the region with a 10-year economic plan that was approved a couple weeks ago. And one thing on foreign direct investment, we haven't been able to do a lot of that with the region, but Frank did meet with the region and other economic development officers with 25 representatives from different countries of Europe about a month ago to talk about investing in Niagara. We've also done a tremendous amount of work with setting up our first economic development strategy action plan, and it's around the 5 main pillars. The team has already done about 25 formal corporate visits to date. Those visits have really helped us understand what is the need for some expansion. In fact, Frank then took that with planning and stick-handled a couple of permits that really exceeded the expectations of the client. And we've also launched a concierge service where we go in there from an economic development point of view with the company and then work with planning. And this happened really well with the Kelson Road development. If you recall, Frank and Walter worked together, came back to council, talked about the 500 net new jobs that development would create, and council approved it, and we moved forward with that. We also, on accountability and transparency, we went to the committee of the whole model and live streamed every meeting. We developed hybrids. The ward boundary review was done the first time since 1993. And we developed a number of policies to improve accountability with council and staff. We also, and financial best practices, we've done a ton of work in this area, developed the first ever reserve policy, if you recall, with targeted reserves. We narrowed it down from 78 reserves to 36 and developed some targets. This will actually start to mature a lot more in the next council term where we really solidify our asset management. We've got about 1.3 billion of assets. How do we budget for those and for a financial forecast for those in future years? So that'll continue to improve. The selling of the biodigester was a major accomplishment by this council and helped centralization and procurement. And one thing we're proud of is the corporate budgeting process. If you recall, in 2020, we started to look at this more through a corporate lens and not individual departments, and it's really benefited. We've also created a multi-year funding model for the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital, 9.3 million. That expires in 2024. At the end of 2023, we will have accumulated enough to pay our debt expense on that 9.3, and will come clear in 2024. We also worked with the Ministry of Finance of the province to develop a funding model for the Peach King Centre that will not incur any debt on that $22 million expansion. We got 16 from the feds and province, and then we were able to use development charges on the rest. And also, we're revising the sewer taxation policy. We're only one of 2 municipalities in Ontario, 444 that were charging sewer rates off the property assessment, and council approved moving to a hybrid, more of a user pay in 2023, and working with the public to transfer that over. We also have modernized the corporation quite a bit. One thing we're proud of is installing the data terminals in fire vehicles that will reduce response time by a minute. We also got a number of grants to be able to do these number of things here. We've modernized space planning. Just to give you one idea, our offices are too big here. We're trying to develop more of a collaborative workspace. We've already converted 1 office space to 4 working stations. We feel we can do a lot more of that here in Town Hall and expand the lifespan of this town for like 10 to 15 years at minimum. We've also enhanced customer service. Council approved Let's Talk Grimsby. We've had tens of thousands of hits on that. We've also developed some corporate standards. The Peach King Center has taken over some of the after-hours customer service for things like transit rides, for things like recycle bins from the Ops Center that closes at 4:30. So we're offering more hours for people to get service. The Emily 911 project was significant, a great project done by all, and a few other initiatives on the customer service side. When we look at accountability and transparency shared services, we've done a lot of it. If you recall, we started with legal services, joint RFP with Lincoln. We then followed up with animal services with a number of municipalities. We're doing a lot of work with the province on joint buying, and we just recently bought a fire ladder truck for about $200K less than it'd be selling on the market. And of course, the joint fire services pilot that we won a national award, and we're expecting that to save millions in the next decade, not only in preserving the volunteer fire service, but also where we locate our new stations. We'll be able to save quite a bit by joining arms with Lincoln and in the millions. This has just been amazing, and I have to give council and the team here credit. The unprecedented advocacy with upper levels of government, tremendous amount of formal delegations, informal with the mayor, sometimes with the premier, if you think of the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. A lot of joint initiatives with Lincoln and West Lincoln on things like that, and the north-south crossing. Extensive efforts on grant writing. Sometimes we didn't give up. We wrote 2 or 3 for the same application. We get rejected, we try again in a different way. And then there was the follow-up, the formal delegations and the follow-up, and which led to the diamonds on the safety installation of flashing beacons on the diamond, which has really improved the safety there. And this is a very conservative number, 33 million of funding over this council term. But we're still adding the numbers up. But even today, it could be as much as 35. But I'll be finalizing that over the next 2 to 3 months and get that out to council. But this is something you should all be proud of. Never in the history of Grimsby have they received this much funding. When we think of the transportation and road safety, this council invested in transit, and boy, did our residents take up on that. There is no other municipality in Niagara that's taken up at this level, at this speed. 53,000 rides since you've initiated this. That's amazing for a small community. We've been involved with the consolidation of regional transit from 6 operators down to 1, which gets effective January 1st of 2023. And we continue to lobby on the Metrolinx region and the province for the daily GO service in our station at Casablanca. On the traffic and road safety front, done a lot of work on, we did the pilots in 6 locations of the bollards. We've worked with our staff sergeant. We have a new one starting that's coming to meet with our team tomorrow to help us, to continue to help us. We participated in some of the Vision Zero initiatives at the region and done a lot of work on Nels in Dorchester, and it's ready for implementation for the next council. We've also, in Heritage and Culture, it's been amazing the work here. 320 properties under the Heritage Act over the last 14 months. 6 designations. The Heritage Conservative District Study is underway. Should be coming to a report end of September for council. And the memorial that was set up at the library and the art gallery, and that was quite significant on the ribbons for the residential school desks. And of course, we had a designation event here on July 21st for those notable in Heritage. We've also, in the environment, 2,100 trees have been planted with this council, both private and public. Our town, as well as the Green Committee, has helped with that. We're really trying to protect the green space at Grimsby Secondary School. The Recreation Trails Master Plan has been well underway. Our first thermal building, Century Condos, and we've done some initiatives on Shoreline and the water pollution plant. Now, the amenities, this picture says it all, just if you look back and reflect that West Lincoln Memorial Hospital will be built, Peach King Center, the Gibson Street replacement has been done, 6 playgrounds, 4 pickleball courts, the waterfront park has been designed, and of course, new automation at the library and the art gallery. So really amazing. These are just some highlights. There's many more. And then, we always talked about, in the midst of our EOC meetings after COVID, the people are going to be really in need of getting to some celebrations. And our staff were pretty backlogged with a lot of work, but they took on hometown hockey, if you recall. It was a great event, the 2021 Santa Claus Parade, and some other events drew 40,000 people. I challenge any city our size that would draw that many people to a few events. Still yet to come is Grimsby 100, Canada Summer Games. And our camps, both in aquatic and summer camps, are increasing 20%. There's actually, unfortunately, waiting lists. But we felt that this tsunami would come. People wanted to get out again. So we really have to think about that with the next council, of how we can maintain this and not have those waiting lists. But things are just exploding to use our programs and services. When we think of some of the cool things we did for our community outside of work, if you recall, the volunteer firefighters, council members, staff members with Feed Hope, 41,000 pounds of food and $30,000 of financial support. It was just an amazing event, May of 2020. Things that we've done, so many things that you tend to forget. And also how our staff kept one of the longest standing traditions of doing a reverse parade during COVID, of the Santa Claus Parade. So that kept it going, 63 years of Santa Claus Parade. Many cities were canceling, and our team decided to do something more innovative. So when you think of healthy financials, our base budgets, 2020, 2021, 2022, were well below inflation. Inflation was averaging about 3%, and our base budgets were 2%. You did some very targeted, value-based investments that had a significant impact on the community in 2020. We moved from a deficit position in 2018 to some surpluses, which have enhanced the financial reserves of the corporation. Maybe not where we need it to be yet for our infrastructure gap, but much more improved since 2018. And we've kept the local affordability, both on assessment on 100,000. We're 20% below the Niagara average on that. And we have the lowest rates in the region when considering water, sewer, and taxes as a percentage of household income. So you've done all this and kept the affordability well in mind. Now, I'm on the last couple slides, but I will talk about this a little more. The journey to the high-performance team was a number of things. We did some major transformation, as you're well aware of, consolidating roles, eliminating some levels of management, just working together as a more integrated corporate team, and I think the Committee of the Whole really helped with that. We had all 150, 200 staff help us with what we called a shared purpose and corporate values, so this is more internally focused. Just want to show you, and the team came up with this. The trouble with municipalities and provincial and federal ministries is you tend to look very siloed, but what we need to do is develop a competitive advantage here in Grimsby, develop more of a team-based corporate approach. We're not here to be the best public works team or fire services team. We're here to be the best team serving our community. So we came up with what was called a shared purpose from the staff. They worked together with us. We brought in a third party to help us with this. And that's together we take pride in serving a community where people want to be. So that came from the staff. These values that you see on the right are something that was developed by senior staff. This was all developed by staff. The one that really hits home with me is when a roads person, line staff said, making a positive difference with our community now and in the future. That came from one of our road staff, and they really help put these together. They mean something to them, and we talk about these values and share these values. When you look at this chart again, I did that upside down hierarchy in the transformation. Really the CAO should be at the bottom of the hierarchy, and our line staff should be at the top, and that's how we're trying to shift this organization into. We've worked tremendous on a compensation review that was done back last November, there's a war for talent out there. It's almost outdated now with the way the competition is out there. We've done all our collective agreement negotiations, including volunteer fire service. We developed a new performance management system for management staff. We modified our employee recognition. You see here, there's a picture of the mayor and ourselves with a life, with a crossing guard. We've realized that it's not one shoe size fits all. We've done a lot of different things that suit the people. And the crossing guards, it was nice that we went out to them and thanked them as an employee recognition. And learning and development, there was a report in consent today that we're really pushing that. We worked with, I have to thank Catherine Drury and Dan Romo, worked together with LinkedIn. We now have access to 16,000 online courses that we're going to be rolling out to our staff, our businesses, and to the residents. But we're also working with the region who have some really good learning and development programs and access those. We came up with a hybrid working directive. I talked to you already about modernizing our space planning, get away from these big offices and use more collaborative spaces. We've done some pulse surveys of employees back in the midst of COVID. We just asked them, you know, how were they thinking? Did they feel safe? The most important thing is we got a 90% response rate. Anyone that do these surveys, usually it's 50 to 60. So they gave us some really good positive feedback, areas where we need to improve. We offered some mental support programs throughout this. It wasn't so much on the job, but during those 2 years, people would have problems maybe in their home life because we were always at work. We were sent in the basement many times, not allowed to talk to anybody in the family, and so that had some impact on our family lives. We initiated what we call stay interviews. Exit interviews are too late. They're more traditional, but the people are leaving, so we call them stay interviews, where we bring in people that have maybe been here 6 to 9 months, and we ask them, do they still feel as fulfilled as when they took the job here? And if so, what are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? What could we do better? And they provided some very frank feedback, and we try and make sure we address those. We're going to be doing another pulse survey into September across the entire corporation. And then we've partnered with a number of universities and Willow Bank on some recruiting, co-op recruiting, and internship recruiting. But I just want to show you this picture, and it really shows how the team came together. These shirts weren't given out at this employee recognition. They were given out about 2 weeks before the session. It was on barbecue on June 15th. But we asked the team, if possible, would you wear your, 100-year celebration shirts? And I tell you, about 99% of them came wearing them. It was great to see for many of us of how we saw that collision of various staff members working together, having fun together, whether it was a roads person with a finance person or a parks person with a CAO's office. There was a real, integration of the team. And that's really when you start to get to high performance. And that's why I feel that we, together, we've delivered all these accomplishments, and hopefully we can all be proud of. So thank you.
Great, thank you very much for your presentation, Harry. It certainly was a busy 4 years. Questions or comments from council? Councilor Ritchie.
Thank you. Do we have to move anything? I'd like to move this motion here, if that's okay with you. But thank you for the report. And I know the chair just said 4 years, but we didn't finish our strategic priorities till December of 2019. So I like to say 3 years. But as you can see, the list that we've accomplished is pretty impressive, and I want to take an opportunity to thank all of staff and the CAO for all of their hard work. Yes, we set some strategic priorities, but it's the staff, it's the CAO, it's the people behind the scenes that made all of this possible through all their hard work, and I wanted to take this opportunity to thank them. As for me, they've exceeded my expectations, hands down. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to our CAO, I would like to reiterate the same. And I'd like to say that you do have a high-performance team, and I think that you should tell them that they're on the highest octane rating too, because they're not using regular gas, they're using premium to keep themselves going. But that picture said it all, with everybody in those 100-year T-shirts. That you look at it and you can see that everybody together looks like an equal. One isn't better than the other, and building a team like that requires that everybody treats each other with respect and as an equal, and that picture said it all. So thank you, Harry, for that hard work and the endeavors that you've made bringing the staff together like you have. It couldn't have happened without you. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and I just want to add a couple comments too. I think this has been amazing, the journey we've been on and what we've accomplished. Again, it just doesn't happen. One person doesn't do it on its own. It's teamwork, and this has just been great to see all the initiatives that we've done and completed. So I just want to say thank you to the CAO and to staff, because it's the people that are working around you and working for you that allow you to get these good things done. So thank you very much.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. I guess I agree with my fellow councillors. Kudos to staff for all their hard work. I do have one question for the CAO, and it's just something that I've sort of heard around town, and I wonder if you can tell me, because I've heard you've been advocating for and promoting municipal amalgamation, a kind of West Niagara municipality. If this is true, could you expand on your activities in this area?
Through you, I haven't been promoting it officially at all, so.
Sorry, you said officially, but unofficially, have you?
No. I believe in shared services. If you look at what we did with Lincoln on the fire services, and I believe in that, and I think we could do better there, and that's what I've been promoting.
Thank you for your honesty.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. If I may, I wanted to add a little friendly amendment to that to recognize our staff. I give that to you here. Just at the beginning of this motion, just say, whereas staff, through the leadership of the CEO, have exceeded council's expectations exponentially by advancing council's strategic priorities, and then do the motion. Can I also ask for a recorded vote too, please?
Councillor Ritchie's asked for a recorded vote. We have Councillor Ritchie as the mover. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Dunstall. Whereas staff, through the leadership of the CAO, have exceeded council's expectations exponentially by advancing council's strategic priorities. Therefore, be it resolved that report CAO 22-08, summary of council's strategic priority accomplishments from 2019 to 2022, dated August 2nd, 2022, be received. Recorded vote.
Could I make a friendly amendment to that?
Councillor Vardy.
Yeah, can you remove the word exponentially? Councillor Ritchie is okay with that?
All right, so exponent.
I'll leave it as is.
That's fine.
All right. All right, recorded vote.
Councillor DeFlavio?
I'm not going to vote on this one.
And Councillor, to remind you, an absent vote is recorded in the negative.
That's fine. I wasn't part of that. Sorry. I don't know if I wasn't part of that group, so I don't feel comfortable voting on the motion. I wasn't part.
You can.
We're just receiving it.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
So let me understand, are we receiving this only?
Yes, it's received.
Because we now have a resolution from Councillor Ritchie, which is being more specific.
It's just receiving.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yes.
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That is approved.
All right, now we move to report CAO 22-07, information report, response to notice of motion 2022 proposed job rates and salary. CAO?
I did, yeah, I rescinded that, so I don't think there's any need for this report. Thank you.
All right, that's so noted. That was withdrawn. Now we move to Parks and Recreation and Culture report.
This one is to receive the report, and then the next one is the resolution, which has been withdrawn.
Okay, so we just need, yes, we still need to receive the report. CAO 22-07. So mover and seconder to receive. Councillor Ritchie, Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that report CAO 22-07, information report in response to notice of motion 2022 proposed job rates and salary dated August 2nd, 2022 be received. All in favor? Okay, that is carried.
Aye.
All right, now we move to Parks, Recreation, and Culture, item 22-17. Questions or comments? It was lifted. Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Sweeney. Just a couple of questions on the report. I hope that's okay. I was happy to see the Peach King Center expansion project update. The question related to that update was, has there been any change? Is there a cost update that's associated with that? I see the costs that were in her earlier report that I think council acknowledged in May. Are there any cost updates now that we have a construction management team? Also, and do you want me to ask them all at once? Or, the other question I had was why construction management versus project management? What are the advantages of the construction management approach? And a timeline. I know that timelines are tough, but I want to say that I really liked the statement accelerate some timelines in your report. So I know that it's difficult to give an exact timeline, but if you have any kind of a rough, one shovel in the ground type of idea, and then how long it takes from there, I'd love to hear that. And then I have a question about another part, but I'll leave that for later if that's okay with you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor DeFlavio. Go ahead, Sarah.
Good evening, and I'm happy to answer some of those questions. We are going to be bringing forward a report in September as well that hopefully will detail some more of that. Some of the timelines and the cost estimates is still ongoing as well. So for the timeline, I do want to take the next meeting we have with our project management team. But I will say, the next piece for us is really diving into the design phase. That will take some time. We also have to do some other assessment pieces to satisfy the grants as well that we have. That could take anywhere 8 to 10 months. It could take a bit longer, just depending upon a variety of factors. The actual construction we are estimating would be about 18 months. Again, it depends a little bit on how we do some of these pieces and what we decide does make most sense in terms of the phasing. The reason for construction management, we did have a workshop with the Colliers team and quite a large group of staff. I think there was about 6 to 8 of us in there representing a variety of departments, and we went through all the different methodologies and sort of weighed them out, working with Colliers closely as well on their recommendation. And we came to the conclusion as a group, and everybody unanimously did agree in the end, that construction management seemed to make the most sense for us with what we were trying to do to try and expedite some of the timelines and just play to our strengths and also be mindful of maybe the areas that we want to be a little bit careful with. The construction management approach will allow us to potentially stagger and do some things in different phasing. We do think that can escalate our timeline or sort of speed it up. It also we'll be keeping parts of the building open, of course, as well when we're doing this project. So we thought it maximizes some of our versatility in terms of how we can deliver this project quickly. Obviously, being very conscious of our budget, but also trying to minimize some of the impacts to the residents that do enjoy this facility. And I can certainly elaborate on that further as well in the September report, if that's helpful.
Continue, Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you again. Thanks, Ms. Sweeney. So you mentioned the design phase. I'm assuming that that's kind of the detailed design, like the nitty-gritty pipes in the walls, that kind of stuff, because the design, the overall design is going to be what you brought forward in your report from a few months ago, and you're talking about like the specific kind of engineering and that type of thing. Is that what you mean by that? Like, there's no more opportunity for public input, is what I'm saying. At this point, we've kind of accepted what is coming, and our grant is based on that, and we're moving forward with that. It's just the detailed design that's coming forward now.
Yeah, through the mayor. So yes, and no a little bit. So yes, it will be focusing on the detailed design, and the concept plan is definitely the inspiration and what that grant proposal was based upon. Is there a possible to flip the orientation of a room or modify things slightly if that's what we learn in the detailed design makes more sense? That's possible. One of the pieces we'll also need to be doing is doing some more analysis of our current existing building, and if there's something else that matches up in terms of existing assets and pieces in the building, that there is a possibility some small changes occur. But in terms of the overall scope and sort of key elements of the project, that is set, and that was a part of that grant progress. So, or the grant submission that we did.
Thank you. I think you know my prejudice, and I'd love for that detailed, the room flipping to become 2 basketball courts instead of 1. But I think Councillor Vardy had a question as well, and then I wanted to ask you about something else in the report. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other questions.
I thought I saw a hand up. So the other part I wanted to ask you about was the portion related to the Casablanca Beach Park that you mentioned on page. You mentioned the Casablanca Beach Park again. The detailed design was in the report. You kind of have to. For just going back to the previous one, for the Peach King Center expansion, you kind of have to deduce from a series of clues where that detailed design is. So we might want to put that on the homepage of the Let's Talk Grimsby. As far as the design for Casablanca Beach Park, again, we're going with what was brought forward. There's no more public input into that. We're now talking about shovel in the ground on that part of the project too.
Through the mayor, yes, for that one, that is correct. It is now, the RFT is out and we're waiting for it, and all those details are pretty much finalized. Again, if you wanted to talk about the placement of a bench or a garbage can, those things aren't so difficult to do, but the primary concept and the overall details is now set.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. No, that's great. I just wanted to get to see where that was and how that was coming along. Those are both projects that have been really important to me for a long time. So I'm really happy to see them both coming through, and I'm hoping they're going to be shoveling the ground soon. So thanks, Ms. Sweeney, and I appreciate the update.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor, and great report, Sarah. And I just looking at the last page here. And the one that really I have interest in all of them, but is the Peach King digital sign that has been out of commission for a while. And I'm just wondering, you're saying that there's been waiting for supplies to electrical components, or you may be looking at replacing the screen. So have we moved? Is there any other information you can give us on that sign? Because I hear from a lot of people about, the same thing. They, when you drive by there, they're always looking at the sign just to get information on it. So any other updates from what was in the report with the digital sign, sir? Thank you.
Sure, Councillor. Through the mayor. So when the sign first was in need of repair, we were looking at replacing it or getting it fixed. And so that was sort of where we started, but we also do recognize that it is legacy software and some quite old pieces that we're working with, and that sign does need some improvements and fixing. So we started to explore, perhaps it makes more sense because getting the repair was going to take so long, and it was, repairing something older, does it make more sense to just replace it? So we did go down that path as well, but as I'm sure you're all aware, getting TV screens and certain chips and different things for some of these things is still quite backlogged. So what we found was, we know that sign is important. It's a great communication tool for us. A lot of people do ask about when it will be fixed. So where we've landed in the end was to get it repaired, because we are going to have to wait some time still to get new signs. But also looking at getting some quotes and some of the costing ready for what we need to do to replace it, because we know that while we can fix the old one, at some point we will want to have an improved sign, especially for the new facility, and perhaps even just to deliver updates about the new facility. So that's where we're at. We are now waiting with the company, and we have asked them to go ahead and do the repair. So we are just waiting on them, but there is a bit of a lag time still in getting those parts. As soon as we get it, though, I can assure you we will have it operating again.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Sarah. I'm just trying to reflect back how long that sign's been there. I think it was installed back when Mr. Atkinson was the director of recreation. So that's been a few years. But yeah, again, it is a real pivotal information source for many people in town. But yeah, thank you. Look forward to seeing it lit up again soon. Thanks, Sarah.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Any further questions or comments from council? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation and update, Sarah.
My pleasure.
Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that report DRS 22-17 Parks, Recreation and Culture Information Report, August 22, dated August 2nd, 2022, be received for information. All in favor? That's carried.
Aye.
All right, now we're moving to report DRS 22-18 Grimsby 100 celebration update and road closure. Questions or comments?
Yeah.
Councillor Vardy.
I'm not sure if we should talk about this now or when it's on the council agenda. So does it make a difference, Peter?
Yeah, you can ask questions. Give your time.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Okay, so what I'd like to know, I think it's great that that we're going to bring the farmers market back downtown.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but the farmers market is on the council agenda. This one's specifically the Grimsby 100th event. Sorry to have interrupted. I just want to make sure.
Okay, sorry, I thought it was included. It's okay. I'll wait till the next round.
Yeah, this is for that actual event on the 24th of September. So, any further questions or comments from council? Well, I'm certainly looking forward to an amazing event on the 24th. So we just need a mover and seconder with no further comments. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report DRS 22-18 Grimsby 100 celebration update and road closure dated August 2nd, 2022 be received for information, and that council endorse Grimsby 100 event related to road closures on Main Street West on September 24th to be forwarded for approval to the Niagara region. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you again, Sarah. Have a good evening.
Bye.
All right, now we're moving to report PA 22-26 regarding site plan application 26 SP 16-1711, 84 Livingston Avenue, Block 1. I think Councillor DeFlavio, you wanted to speak on that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some concerns about this application. Not about I'm fine with most of it. It's the appearance of the building, frankly, that I have concerns with. So one of the things we deal with at site plan is the way that the building looks and the way that it interacts with the neighborhood. And if you look at the elevations, which are figures 3, 4, 5, and 6 on page 150 of today's agenda or page 3 of the report, they lack a lot of the, there's little consideration of modern design principles. It looks like a renovated apartment building from the 1970s, for lack of a better way of putting it. I think that there's very little consideration of the way that the building relates to the street in the design. There's very little consideration of the way that the building is at grade. Most municipalities and most architects in 2022, when they come forward with a design like this, have pretty specific criteria for what they want the building to look like, especially at grade. And this building looks like a rectangular block to me. And the two facades that are specifically of concern for me are the south and the west facade, which are the ones visible from Livingston Avenue, and they're both highly visible. Livingston Avenue, whether we want to say it or not, is Main Street in this part of Grimsby. It's a main thoroughfare. It's a very important arterial road in Grimsby, and the way that the buildings look on Livingston Avenue is important. And I'm just not satisfied with the way that this building looks. I don't think that it meets the type of design that we've come to expect in Grimsby. So I think that we need to send this back, frankly, and ask the architect to come forward with a design that is more in keeping with what we want to see at ground level on Main Street, Grimsby. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor DeFlavio. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. I have to agree with Councillor DeFlavio. Looks like something I saw when I visited the Soviet Union in the early 80s. You know, it's just a big block, and you know, good design doesn't have to be expensive. So what we're asking for isn't necessarily going to cost the developer more money, just a little more attention to detail. And as the other thing I'm looking at, are there any green features as part of this? I mean, for me, it would be a shame if it got built, because once it's built, it kind of can't be undone. Yeah, I don't think that this is going to add to the visual appeal of our community. So I think they need to take another stab at how it looks, and also to give some consideration to some green aspects of this building. Thank you.
All right, I have Councillor Dunstall, then Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to, if I could address my questions to Walter, because I see him up on the screen. Looking at the diagram, which is page 1 of 11 of the report, or the aerial shot, it looks like it's really part of Niagara Street and Slessor Boulevard. It's back against the CN tracks, or one side of it, and it fits in with the other two apartment buildings, does it not? It looks like instead of 2, we'll have 3 back there. And actually from Livingston, you'll see much of it, because I'm not sure what's going to happen on the corner of Slessor and Livingston, but that property's been sold. I don't know if that's going to be redeveloped, but I don't see how it's part of the main street. It's really set way back. Is the diagram correct? Is it, I know it's called Block 184 Livingston, but really it isn't on Livingston Street, is it? Am I right?
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The Block 1, yeah, is on Niagara Street. It is at the northerly limit of Slessor Boulevard. You're correct. It is immediately adjacent to and abutting 1 Slessor Boulevard, which is the 8-story apartment building. And it also, there are 2 other developments that are to occur on Slessor Boulevard between Livingston Avenue and the subject site. There are 2 approved site plans that council has approved. Both are, the one on the corner of Livingston and Slessor is very close to the intersection, actually. It's right up against the daylighting triangle. So it will significantly block the view down Slessor Boulevard from many angles. And the other development on Block 2, which is on the west side of Slessor Boulevard, those are 3-story units, I believe, stacked townhouses. And again, they will also be built relatively close to Slessor Boulevard, and they will have a significant impact on the visibility of this building from Livingston Avenue.
Can I ask one more question? Is this intent, this building, to be rental apartments, or are they condominiums? Do we know?
Yeah, that has not been declared at this time. A condominium map.
It sure looks like rental, and may I say, again, when you look at something that is being built possibly for rental, you're not going to get as nice a looking building as you are if it's going to be built to be sold as condominiums. And we desperately need a little more rental property in our community. In any community right now, it's a 0 vacancy rate. And so I think we should be careful how we want to look at this and make sure that we've got, you know, if this is going to be rental units, I think we have to accept that sometimes it isn't going to look as pretty as a nice condominium building. So that's my view.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yes, I absolutely 100% agree with Councillor DeFlavio, and I believe this discussion also came up at one of the public meetings, that this building does look like something from the 1980s. And whether it's a rental building or whether it's a condominium building, it doesn't really matter. It has to fit into the community. It has to look good in the community. I know it's the south end of the building that's going to be facing on to Livingston, but still, that end of the building looks like a mini version of the side of the building or the front of the building. I don't like the way it looks either. I think it's totally out of character with our Livingston area. And we're trying to make this town look a little bit more upbeat and a little more into today's development and facade terms and so on and so forth. And this does not fit that particular formula as far as I can see. So I totally 100% agree. We should go back to the builder and ask them to put a different slant on the facade that fits more into the community. So can we pass a motion or something along those lines? Can I second what Councillor DeFlavio is saying and send this back?
Councillor DeFlavio.
Because I don't like the look of this either. I think it doesn't fit into the community at all.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my opinion is that... Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm of the belief that it doesn't matter whether it's for rental or for condominium. In fact, if it's for condominium, the chance, because people are reinvesting in the building themselves, there's a better chance of that building being upgraded and fixed up over time. Once you've approved this building for a rental, then you're approving it forever. You know, you don't see a lot of short-term, especially upgrades to buildings. So I'd like to see this done right. I did misunderstand. I do want to make it clear. I made a mistake about where the location was, but I think that the location doesn't matter because the location being off of Slessor Boulevard, sure, it's not right on Livingston, but the appearance of the building is the appearance of the building. We would not allow a rectangular box anywhere else in town. Why would we allow it here? So I would like to make that motion that it be lifted and sent back to staff for further review, and that there be architectural improvements to the facade of the building that are, as an example, if you look at the City of Toronto low-rise guidelines.
I have my hand up when we.
Sorry, I'll just finish.
Yes,
If you look at other municipalities that have guidelines for low-rise buildings, the street, the way that the building meets the street and other things like that is very important. Those are the types of things I'd like to see taken into consideration in a design that comes forward, no matter where it is in Grimsby. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor DeFlavio.
I'd like to second that.
The clerk's just checking to see the procedure on a referral motion, whether it takes precedence over discussion or not.
Mayor Jordan, may I speak to this, or are you noticing when I put my hand up, or should I do something else?
We notice now, but if the referral motion takes precedence, we'll vote on the referral motion first.
I've had it up for a while. Could you please watch for when my hand goes up, or should I just speak? Because I mean, wasn't given my chance to speak to this, and now we've gone to a motion. So to the mayor, when I put my hand up, you could address me.
So, yeah, I was unable to see your hand, so I'm sorry about that, but we have a referral. Councillor Sharp, I don't know if you're having a problem hearing, but the referral motion is up now, and we will debate on the referral motion just on the merits of the referral.
If you don't just check when I put my hand up, then I could speak for the referral motion next time. Thank you.
So I have the referral motion on the floor, moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report PA 2226 be referred back to staff for further review on architectural design. All right, discussion on the merits of the referral. I think the merits are correct. So
yeah, Mayor Jordan, I was some discussion for the merits of the referral. I am going to vote down this referral because I didn't get a chance to speak to it. So the council could find it in there to allow me to speak to it, and then maybe I would vote to the referral, but I never got my chance to speak. The mayor, I guess, didn't notice my hand was up.
well, when it is referred, it will be coming back to council, so you would get a chance to speak on it then. But that being said, all in favor of the referral? In favor, that's carried. All right, now we're moving to report PA 22-30, the cannabis growing facilities. We have the consultant here presenting, but Walter, if you want to introduce the consultant, or Terry, if you're going to do that.
Hi, thank you for that. Tonight we have our consultants for this project from SGL Planning. We have Paul Lowe's and Suzanne McDonald. They're going to walk us through the presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Suzanne and Paul. The screen's just quite hard to see right now with the sun, so it's hard to see some of the graphics. So the other screen behind me, I think, is okay. So go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So the purpose of our study is to examine the opportunities to regulate activities permitted under the Cannabis Act, and as part of that, to assess and recommend changes to the official plan and zoning bylaw as needed to regulate cannabis production as a land use. So I'll be walking through our recommendations of that this evening with you. Slide, please. So our study was broken down into 3 phases. In phase 1, we undertook our best practice review and our review of current standards and legislation. In phase 2, we formulated policy options and provided pros and cons of the different policy options considered, as well as came up with our recommendations for the town of Grimsby. And so we're now in phase 3, which is policy implementation, where we have our draft official plan and draft zoning bylaw amendment recommendations, which I'll be speaking to you about this evening. Slide, please. So in terms of our project scope, we're specifically looking at the land uses related to commercial cultivation and processing of recreational and medical cannabis permitted under the Cannabis Act. 2 things that are outside the scope of our work include the personal growth of cannabis permitted in a home. Up to 4 plants is permitted by law to be grown in any dwelling. Another thing that we are not looking at is the sale of cannabis in a retail store format, as Grimsby has opted out of that. Slide, please. So we did review the existing planning framework in Grimsby as it relates to this use. Currently, the official plan makes no direct reference to cannabis or marijuana. Neither of the terms are specifically discussed within the official plan. Currently, the zoning bylaw does address medical marijuana facilities and permits this specifically in the agricultural, specialty crop, and rural zones, with a number of specific requirements tied to that, such as, for example, that a facility must be located 150 meters from a sensitive land use, or that outdoor storage is prohibited. Now, this terminology relates to specifically the legislation that was in place at the time that the zoning bylaw was written, where only medical marijuana could be commercially produced. Of course, with the introduction of the Cannabis Act, there is a broader range of permissions now legal within Canada, and so that's where there's a need for an update to ensure that the planning documents relate to what's the more up-to-date legislation that's in place. And I also wanted to mention that all of Grimsby, is subject to site plan control, with the exception of agricultural buildings and structures, except that greenhouses and help houses are subject to site plan control currently. Slide, please. So in terms of our overall study recommendations, we are recommending that the town regulate 2 different types of cannabis production. The first is the commercial cannabis production licensed by Health Canada. So this is your facilities that are licensed by the federal government in order to produce cannabis that is commercially sold, whether that's for recreational purposes or medical purposes. And the second is designated medical growth. So this second item is specifically meant to address personal growth of medical marijuana. So the way the rules work in Canada, if you need cannabis for medical reasons and have a prescription from a medical practitioner, you can register with Health Canada to grow that amount that you require for yourself. And if you do not wish to grow it for yourself or wish to have or cannot, you can designate someone to grow it for you. And because of the way the rules work, up to all the plants for up to 4 prescriptions can be grown together in one location, which has a potential for nuisance. And so that's specifically why we're looking at regulating instances where multiple prescriptions are being grown together. So that's what we mean when I talk about designated medical growth. So it's 2 slightly different uses that we're considering as part of the study. And as part of our recommendations, we are recommending updates to the official plan, the zoning bylaw, and the site plan control bylaw. Slide, please. So overall, we are recommending that the official plan and zoning bylaw be amended to specify that cultivation of cannabis is only permitted to take place wholly enclosed within a building, and that outdoor cultivation not be permitted. And this is really because there's no way to mitigate the odor related to cannabis growth without enclosing it within a building. Slide, please. So in terms of our official plan updates, we are recommending introducing policies that would permit cannabis cultivation as an agricultural use within the specialty crop area, tender fruit and grape lands designation, agricultural, rural, and escarpment rural designations with specific policy requirements. So first, that cultivation be wholly within an enclosed building, that the use be in accordance with all applicable federal regulations. So a license would be required, that accessory uses must occur on the same lot as the cultivation and are subject to the same policies as cultivation. So the intent here is you couldn't just have a plant where you process and package cannabis that was grown elsewhere. We want to maintain that cultivation is the primary use in these areas. So you can only do that processing, packaging of materials grown or cultivated on the same site. Also, a building must be equipped with air treatment control that prevents the escape of odor, as demonstrated by a technical odor control study that would be required through the site plan process, as well as requiring 150-meter separation distance from sensitive land uses, and that the use be subject to site plan control. We'd also have very similar policies introduced to the employment areas. The key difference between the policies that apply to the agricultural versus employment areas is that in the employment areas, you're not required to have cultivation. So for example, you could just have a business that simply packages a product that was grown elsewhere, and that's just to be consistent that cultivation isn't a requirement in an employment area typically. Slide, please. And then two additional policies that we would add would be that an odor control study be added to the list of materials that the town can require as part of a development application, as well as that the site plan control policy would apply to any building containing cannabis. So we want to make sure that these uses are required to go through the site plan process. Slide, please. In terms of the zoning bylaw amendment, we would update the current definition for medical marijuana facilities and replace it with the two new defined terms, which are the licensed cannabis cultivation facility and the medical cannabis growth facility. So those are the two types of growths that we talked about, one for licensed producers and one where someone's registering to grow multiple prescriptions together. And these uses would be permitted as of right within the rural zone, agricultural zone, specialty crop zone, general employment zone, and prestige employment zone. Slide, please. And again, along with the permission under the general provision sections, there would be requirements specific to these uses, primarily that they must be wholly enclosed in a building, that 150-meter separation distance is required from sensitive land uses, such as an existing residential zone or an existing dwelling, except if it were on the same lot. Separation will also apply to parks and schools. Signs and outdoor storage are prohibited. Licensed facilities may not occur within a dwelling. No odor would be emitted from the building. Any nuisance as defined under the Municipal Act will be subject to administrative penalties. And in the agricultural zones, again, agriculture or cultivation has to be the primary use. Anything like processing, packaging, shipping would have to be accessory to the cultivation. Slide, please. And then two other tools that we're recommending would be to update the site plan control bylaw to make sure that the use must go through the site plan control process. So that ensures the town provides the town the opportunity to require that air quality study and can enter into an agreement making sure that the requirements of that air quality study are followed, as well as deal with other site plan matters such as lighting, etc. And we're also recommending in the introduction of a business licensing, so that at the renewal, which can be a yearly renewal, The town can confirm that all local bylaws are being met. You can implement an inspection on a yearly basis, outline the penalties for noncompliance, as well. This can be applied to existing facilities as well as new facilities. Slide, please. So we wanted to revisit some of the things that were heard at the public meeting on June 20th. And just provide a little bit of an update and a little bit of information on some of the topics that were discussed. One of the items that was raised was prohibiting cannabis facilities outright across the town, but we do want to be cognizant that cannabis production is a legal use subject to federal license within Canada. So we believe that our recommendations are appropriate to regulate the use in an appropriate manner. Outdoor mitigation was also raised. Sorry, odor mitigation, my apologies, was also raised. So we just wanted to highlight that under the requirements of the Cannabis Act, there is a requirement for odor mitigation already built within the Act and already built into the licensing system through Health Canada. That would be augmented through the OPA and ZBA requirements that are being recommended that would require the use, the cannabis cultivation to only occur within a fully enclosed building, and that building must have air treatment control. And the town, through the site plan control process, would have the opportunity to review what that odor control system was and ensure that any nuisance is being appropriately mitigated. And then again, through the site plan control process, or possibly through business license, can require inspections and proof of compliance with that odor mitigation. So that is the proposal of how, or that is our recommendations of how odor can be mitigated through the tools that are being brought forward. Slide, please. We were asked about only permitting facilities north of the escarpment. Restricting the facilities north of the escarpment. So we wanted to show this slide here. And what we've done is in the recommended tools, we have applied a standard approach in terms of where permissions would occur in terms of the agricultural and rural areas, as well as employment areas. But with the 150 meter separation distance required from sensitive land uses, including residential zones and institutional zones, much of the area north of the escarpment, as you can see illustrated through the pink here, wouldn't be available for this type of use anyways. Only a limited area would even have the potential to have that type of use introduced here, just because of the setback to all the different sensitive uses that are within that part of Grimsby. And I'll also note that you would need an OPA to reduce that separation distance below 150 meters, because it is a requirement that we've put into the OPA that it be 150 meters. So it would be very difficult, for example, to get a minor variance to reduce that separation distance. Slide, please. We were asked to map 2 other separation distances. It is our recommendation that 150 meters separation is appropriate based on our discussions and work with technical air quality specialists. But just for illustrative purposes, we have shown on the left in the lighter purple, that's a 300 meter separation distance from the different sensitive land uses. We did see in our review of what other municipalities have done a range of about 150 to 300 meter separation distances. And then we did see Niagara-on-the-Lake is unique in that they have a requirement for a 600 meter separation distance. So we were asked to map that. So that's what's shown in the dark purple on the right, which, as you can see, does restrict much of the area in Grimsby. Slide, please. Another thing that was raised was lighting impacts. And so I just wanted to note that lighting is a common element that's reviewed as part of the site plan control process. So in bringing applications through that process, we'd have the opportunity, the town would have the opportunity to ensure that the site is designed in a way where there is no light nuisance from the facility onto other properties. And then we were also asked about regulating the types of building. So something like the building agent type whether it's repurposed or new, is not regulated through the zoning. However, there is the opportunity through the site plan control process to ensure that any mitigation that is needed for whatever building it's being proposed is appropriate. So whether it is a repurposed building or a new build, through that process, the town has the ability to make sure that the air filtration system is appropriate for whatever building it's being placed in. Slide, please. And lastly, on the elements of facility inspection and enforcement. So as part of new applications going through the site plan process, the town could enter into a site plan agreement, which is a legally binding agreement. So enforcement to make sure that any agreements, any requirements in terms of, for example, odor nuisance that are in the agreement could come through enforcement of that agreement. That would allow the town, an opportunity to enforce any non-compliance. And then should the town choose to supplement that process with the licensing, a businessing license process, that can sort of augment the system in the sense that you can have a requirement for yearly inspections upon renewal of the business license. Of course, the recourse for non-compliant for both the site plan agreement that's not being adhered to or licensing would still be through the courts. But one of the benefits of the licensing is that it could be, the business license system could be applied to existing facilities as well. Slide, please. That's it for my presentation, but happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Suzanne. Questions from council? Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you for your presentation. Through the mayor to you. So you say most of it would be above the escarpment where the facilities could be built, correct? So what if we have land down below that is zoned specialty crop that's in the green belt? Could a facility be built there? And I'm thinking of the Rogers Towers. It's about 85 acres. It's all zoned green belt, specialty crop. Could somebody build a plant there and grow cannabis there?
So I believe that there is a small area, we've closed the map now, but there is a small area of specialty crop north of the escarpment that is not covered by the pink. So it would have to be confirmed, at the time of application, if it can be, if there's any locations in here that does, it would have to be confirmed at the time where all existing dwellings are and the setbacks to the appropriate zoning. But yes, if the application met the requirements of the zoning, there is potential for that type of use to be in those small areas that's not covered by pink.
So Mayor, maybe I can just add that the map does show that a portion of the Rogers facility is located outside the 150. So in theory, someone could potentially locate a facility there that would be outside of 150 meters from the adjacent zoned either residential use or zoned residential zoning.
Thank you.
All right, Terry, I see your hands up. Do you want to further add to that?
Yeah, just one other provision. There's also that 150 meters from park, so it's not just residential lands, and we do have that Oaks Road dog park in there as well. So that's that's included in the map, but those kind of considerations are built into the distancing as well to make sure that wherever those sensitive uses are considered.
Thank you. Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Ms. McDonald. So just to clarify, just like any other amendments, this only applies to future development, right? It's not retroactive. We can't change any current so if there are current legal existing uses, they remain current legal existing uses. And if they currently don't meet the, for example, odor mitigation requirements currently, there are methods to go after them through the ministry, but this wouldn't cover that, right? It's from here on in.
Yeah, generally, yes, in terms of the official plan, zoning bylaw, and site plan components, that's correct. You'd have to go through Health Canada in terms of their complaint system and process. I'll just note that one of the benefits of the licensing process, which I think is noted in our report and as well as the staff report to consider for that option, is it can be applied because it's a renewal business license, that it doesn't have that same only moving forward component. So there's an opportunity for existing facilities to be captured under that.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, yeah, I like the idea of the licensing system. It allows us to capture those facilities that are already in place and regulate them in some way. So as far as odor mitigation is concerned, through you, Your Worship, how is that enforced? Because there are current sites that are clearly not meeting odor mitigation requirements. How do we, as a municipality, get the ministry to enforce the rules that are in place as far as odor mitigation is concerned? If that's something that's outside of your scope of knowledge, then I apologize. It's just, we've got you here, and it's a genuine concern, I think, within every municipality. But there are some uses on the border of Grimsby and Beamsville that have some serious odor issues that are brought up repeatedly within the municipality. I like the idea of licensing. I think that's definitely something we should go forward with. But as far as the odor mitigation for current sites is concerned, do you have any suggestions?
Mr. Mayor, maybe I can take a stab at answering the councillors, or trying to answer the councillor's question. So you referenced, Councillor, you referenced the ministry. It would actually be through Health Canada. It's for the existing facilities, and particularly the one just across your border that just about everybody in the Niagara region brings up. Yeah, that's an issue that's ongoing, I understand. Trying to get Health Canada, Health Canada requirements are that it doesn't create an odor. Obviously it is. Trying to get Health Canada to enforce it seems to be an issue. So that's why we're recommending going forward a whole slate of matters to try and address that, because it does seem to be an issue at the federal level of dealing with this enforcement. And I'm not sure exactly what your adjacent municipality is doing to try and address that. I'm not sure if Terry or Walter have a better idea of what they're trying to do to enforce those odor controls, but it is difficult dealing with Health Canada, I understand, and getting the enforcement. So it really does fall on the shoulders of the municipality, unfortunately, to have to deal with it.
Go ahead, Terry.
Yeah, through the chair, we did contact Lincoln about that facility. I know it was raised during the public meeting, and that's exactly what they're doing right now, is trying to go through Health Canada, because this was that building was done prior to their policies being in place. So that's why we're trying to advance policies for our plan. So we're trying to circumvent those kind of problems moving forward. So we do have policies in place in the official plan and zoning and site plan control to try to mitigate and do as much as we can to move ourselves forward. But yes, we would have to go through Health Canada, and as I understand, it is a challenging experience.
Thank you. Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mayor. I guess the blaring question I have to ask is, why should we even bother to consider any application for a cannabis facility if the Ministry of Health can't come to our rescue and help control what's going on? I mean, I live in Ward 1. I represent Ward 1. There is a cannabis grow operation in Grimsby on that east side, and there's another one in Lincoln on the west side, almost within a couple hundred feet of each other. And I get frequent complaints. I mean frequent complaints about the odors coming from particularly the one in Lincoln. And I smell it. I live more than a mile away from that facility. And I know, because how difficult it is dealing with the Ministry of Health, because I met with the Lincoln councillor that represents that side of Lincoln. And they've been working with, or trying to get the Ministry of Health to come in and regulate and meet with these folks for about 6 or 7 or maybe even 8 months. So if we don't have some kind of commitment from the Ministry of Health to regulate and come in and inspect these facilities and make sure they're working properly, why should we even bother to consider an application? Number one. I don't know if you have a response to that or not. I mean, why should we bother?
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, there's a couple things. Right now, your fish plan and zoning would permit it because of an agricultural use. So you need to do something. Number two, based on our recommendations, if you outright prohibit it, our concerns that it would not conform to the provincial policy statement for outright prohibition because it's an agricultural use. We're trying to come up with a means of restricting it, but outright prohibition, in our opinion, would be difficult to enforce or to convince an OLT in case of an appeal.
Sorry. I'm not finished, if that's okay. Okay, having said that, I'm not surprised in your answer, by the way. So we, as a municipality, need to build in some types of regulations or whatever into the licensing or into the bylaw that gives us a little extra protection. For example, right now we're talking 150 meters. That's not much if you have an odor coming out of one of those facilities. That odor is going to drift a lot longer than 150 meters. We know that. I see that Niagara-on-the-Lake, and you mentioned that they decided to go with 600 meters, which is maybe it's better. Why couldn't we go with 600 meters? Anyone can answer that. What's restricting us from going 600 meters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, nothing is restricting you from going 600 meters. However, again, if you get appealed, there's not much land in the municipality that's free of 600 meters. Again, you could be challenged that that is basically prohibiting the use because there's very few opportunities to locate such a facility.
Well, if that's the case, then they can find another municipality to file their application. I notice that this new bylaw we're talking about is it will be make these applications only valid south of the escarpment. Is that correct? So an application can only be filed for an operation south of the escarpment. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, no, that's not correct. There's no restriction on whether it's north or south. I think what Suzanne's presentation was showing was that there was a comment of, can we restrict it north of the escarpment? And what she was showing was that there's very few properties north of the escarpment. There's a few, but very few. But our recommendation stands at 150 meters, whether it's north or south of the escarpment.
Okay. I would suggest that we build into any of these applications the right to inspect their facilities on a specific regular basis, like quarterly, and they show us a preventive maintenance program for their filtration systems, because that's where the problem seems to lie with the facility in Lincoln. Their filtration system is not working properly, but rather than spend the money to go ahead and fix that, they just allow it to continue. And now we're waiting for the Ministry of Health 6 months later, 7 months later, to come in and inspect and give them an edict to fix their filtration system. So we need to build into our inspection program, from a bylaw perspective, how they allow us and when they can allow us to inspect their equipment to ensure they're working properly within the confines of the Ministry of Health laws. And I'd also like to suggest we go back and look at 600 meters. I don't like 150. I just don't. I think 150 is too short. I believe there was a case with the Grimsby facility when the application came forward that the 150 meters was really was questioned, and I believe our Committee of Adjustment moved it down to 75 meters. I believe they asked for 75 meters, and they got 75 meters. Can you correct me on that? Is my memory correct?
Terry, your hand's up. You may be familiar with that.
Sorry, that was before my time. I'm not quite sure I know the answer to that question. I was going to raise my hand for another issue.
Well, I seem to remember that the Committee of Adjustment allowed 75 meters.
Walter, you can clarify that. I know you were present.
As I was for many other things. Yeah, absolutely. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Frake, you're correct. There was a Committee of Adjustment decision that reduced the setback. I think it was 75, could have been 76, but thereabouts. What's being proposed now is an official plan policy that requires 150 meters. So a minor variance would not likely be an option for somebody to reduce that, as Suzanne had noted.
Okay, thanks, Walter. Anyways, Mr. Chair, I'd like to suggest we reconsider this, the 150 meters to at least 300, and we establish an inspection system that incorporates quarterly inspections and that they have a preventive maintenance program that we can see, that we can inspect. At least those items in this program, into this particular report. Oh, and one other thing, Walter, in your report, page 4 of 33, I think there's a slight error in the second paragraph. You said south, where I think it should have been north of the escarpment. How do I take this forward? How do I incorporate this into these comments into your plan, so that they get considered? 300 meters.
Councillor Frake, you're welcome to add an amendment to the resolution.
Can I do that then? Can I add an amendment?
Yeah, Councillor Vardy's still on the speakers list. So,
okay, sorry. All right.
You can work on that.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a few questions. Do you know if Niagara on the Lakes policy, or bylaw rather, has ever been challenged at OLT? Anybody?
I can answer. Is my understanding that it was originally appealed after it was approved. I don't know the exact details, but that whether that settled or was the appeal, the specific appeal was withdrawn, the 600 is in effect.
Thank you. So my concern is we haven't got the odor mitigation issue solved yet. And this is not to say that it won't be solved sometime in the future, that they'll come up with better kinds of filtrations, as now that this is legal, there's going to be more of these operations coming up. What I would like to see is that we split the difference between 300 and 600 and go with 450. And what we can do is review this bylaw, you know, again in 2 years' time, and to see where we're at in terms of odor mitigation, because perhaps by then there'll be better equipment and we'll have a greater assurance. Because the only assurance we have right now is that if we say yes to this and there's a problem, we may not get resolution. So we might be, if we go with the 150 meters, we might be going down a road that we can't come back from, because once we've said yes, it's there, the problem's there. And I guess the other thing that kind of disturbs me a little bit here is we're saying, okay, nothing north of the escarpment. So it's kind of like to say, oh, it's fine to be smelly up on the mountain, but let's not have the people below the escarpment have to deal with that. And I don't really think that that's fair. And as we know, wherever you put it, as Councillor Frake said, he lives a mile. Wherever you put it, the wind's going to blow it, and we're all going to smell it. So I'd like to propose that we go to 450 meters, and then we can review this again in 2 years' time when we've got greater assurance that we're not going to have to deal with a problem that we're not going to get any assistance from Health Canada. And, you know, the technology hasn't evolved enough to really give us reassurance. So that's where I'd like to go with this.
Terry?
Yes, just to point out, the report talks about a concern that was raised in the public meeting, as did Suzanne talk about. And one of the suggestions raised at the public meeting was that it only be permitted in the south. The policy does not talk about north or south. The mapping shows that because of the sensitive uses within the their northern, like above the escarpment, because there's so many houses and there's parks and there's all those sensitive uses, there's less opportunity. It doesn't restrict north or south. The other component is that the region has said that this policy would be exempt from their approval with the 150 meters. Should council decide to change that distance, we will have to go back to them to see if they would, again, continue to exempt it, or if they would want to then approve it that way.
Well, I guess in all practicality, what it means is in all likelihood, the only place you actually be able to put it will be on the mountain. So I think we should go back to the region, tell them we want 450 meters, and we'll look at it again in 2 years' time to see if the situation has evolved, to see if perhaps the situation in Beamsville has been resolved. Like I'd hate to just get another problem when we don't really need it right now.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through the chair. Did the region have to sign off on the 600 meters with Niagara on the Lake?
Terry?
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, we're not sure what that process was. We do know that staff had recommended a lower amount and council had approved it at 600 meters. I'm not sure if the region was approval authority at that OPA or not.
Thank you.
While Peter's preparing the resolution, certainly the licensing aspect, the presentation showed that will give us the ability to have a robust licensing platform put together. It will give us the ability to go into existing facilities and control their odor by enforcing it on our level. So the licensing does tick the box of getting to existing facilities, and the robust licensing can also, certainly in my opinion, give the municipality a much better control on the existing facilities. So it certainly is something that I think we need to seriously look at as a municipality. Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. A lot of good conversation here. I too would like to see our setback be increased. I was thinking 300 meters, but that's something we can deal with as a council. You mentioned repurposed buildings. Is that a common practice that a lot of these I'll call them growers, they buy up or they move into older buildings to repurpose them? And again, my concern there is that is how you're able to mitigate the odor problem, because it's obviously it's, with a repurposed building, there's a greater expense to the owner there. So it's I guess my question is that common for repurposing buildings, that they get used in that fashion?
I can answer that. From what I understand, and I don't have any hard data or statistics on this, but just in discussions with experts who are familiar sort of with the construction of these types of facilities. It is something that they're seeing in some occasions, and there's been shifts over time since the legalization and introduction of the Cannabis Act. I think earlier on, I believe I was told that they were doing a little bit more, and now you're seeing a little bit more purpose-built. But either way, that is why we'd want to go through this site plan process to make sure that town experts or peer-reviewed experts that are brought on can review the specific system designed for whatever building it is, whether it's purpose-built or a renovated building, make sure that this air quality system is specifically designed for whatever building it's being put in. So it doesn't quite give you a full answer, but I hope that helps.
Yeah, thank you. With regards to your presentation, and I was wondering too, why we're addressing this again, but we will be giving more tools to help our official plan and our zoning with what you're recommending here, parts of it?
Sorry, I'm not sure I'm clear on the question. Like we're bringing the draft OPA and ZBA are two of the tools, and then we are also recommending that the town go forward with site plan control bylaw update as well as licensing to be considered as well. Did that answer the question?
Yeah, I was just wanting and concerned that we have a very strong, proactive official plan and zoning to these facilities. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation. Seeing no further questions, first we'll vote on the amendment and then the resolution. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report PA 22-30 be amended as followed. That the draft official plan amendment and draft zoning bylaw be amended to reflect a 450-meter setback. All in favor? That looks like that's carried.
Aye.
All right, and then we need a mover and seconder for the recommendation of the report. It's moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Dunstall. Yes, Councillor DeFlavio?
Just for clarification, there is, staff is going to look into licensing and come back at a future date with recommendations for that?
Yes, that is correct. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that report PA 22-30, recommendation report cannabis growing facilities, draft official plan and zoning bylaw amendment dated August 2nd, 2022 be received as amended, that the official plan amendment and the draft bylaw attached to the report as Appendix A be submitted to Council for approval, that the zoning bylaw amendment to bylaw 14-45 as amended, the draft plan bylaw or the draft bylaw attached to the report as Appendix B to be submitted to Council for approval, that the background documents for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, including the cannabis growing facilities land use review attached as Appendix C, be received, and that staff be directed to amend bylaw 22-51 site plan control and delegation bylaw to include the requirement of site plan approval for cannabis facilities following the approval of the official plan and zoning amendments, and that staff be directed to prepare a report for a committee to consider cannabis licensing. All in favor? That's carried.
Aye.
All right, the next Committee of the Whole meeting will be scheduled for September 6th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. We will meet back at Council for 8 p.m.
Mayor Jordan, I just have a question. On the delegation of Greg Middleton, he wanted Council to endorse, was there correspondence to that, or is that on another agenda?
It was received tonight, so the meeting is adjourned. We'll see everyone for the council meeting at 8 p.m. Good night. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the council meeting of Tuesday, August 2nd, 2022 to order. First off, can everyone stand for the playing of the national anthem? Niagara Region and Grimsby are situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattaway-Wendoronk, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The regional municipality of Niagara and the town of Grimsby stand with all Indigenous peoples, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we will move to the approval of the agenda. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio. Second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved the August 2nd, 2022 council agenda be approved. And just before we get into the rest of the, that's carried. Just before we get into the body of the meeting, I just want to talk about quite a few things that have gone on over the last few weeks. Now as we come out of the pandemic, things are getting back on track, and I was really happy to go to the Heritage Grimsby's designation and plaque event on July 21st, where there were a number of councillors were there that evening, and it was really nice to actually meet the residents who have worked so hard with their heritage homes, and it was a really well done event. I really want to thank the heritage staff for putting it together, and it was really nice, especially on a personal note, seeing our former home, Avonlea, get its correct designation. It's celebrating its centennial, as is Grimsby this year. So it was really nice to talk with the present owners and talk to them about a little bit of history of the house. On July 23rd, I was at John Deere for the Canada Summer Games Torch Relay. John Deere was a proud sponsor of the relay for the Canada Summer Games. We had a really good turnout, both at John Deere and at the Peach King Center after. Councillor Cadwell was there with me, and it was a really good event, and the excitement for the Canada Summer Games is really taking flight. And on yesterday, I, as many other mayors and councillors in Niagara, were Mayor Bill Steele's guest on the Empress Sandy. We got to sail out in Lake Erie for a couple hours. It was a beautiful day, and Canal Days in Port Colborne were obviously a really good event, and there were thousands of people there. It was really fun in Port Colborne on Monday. Just wanted to say that August 6th marks the opening of the Canada Summer Games, and our local event is both men's and women's softball. The women's start on August 7th, I believe, and the men's start the week later. If you want to see some amazing softball, you need to head up to Southwood Park. And I did happen to see, when I was coming back from Port Colborne on the Monday, I happened to see the bleachers go by, and there were actually 5 trucks of bleachers, and they were quite large. So there should be a lot of seating up there. And I just also wanted to mention that August 20th, we're hosting our 13 for 13 event, and PEI is our partner. So we're the smallest geographically region in Niagara, and we get the smallest province, so it's a perfect match. So that's August 20th at the Peach King Center from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. So there. Now we'll move to the Committee of the Whole minutes, Council minutes, and Special Council minutes. Mover.
I was just going to mention the pickleball courts. You didn't say anything about the pickleball courts.
Well, you can do that. I'll save that one for you. I'll save the pickleball courts for you, Councillor Dunstall. So we just need a mover and seconder for minutes. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio. Second, Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole minutes of July 4th, Council minutes of July 4th, and Special Council minutes of July 18th be approved. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we're moving to the consent agenda. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy.
There is something I want to lift.
All right, Councillor Vardy, you'd like to lift something? Can you do it now?
Yeah, just a second.
Yeah, okay.
I'd like to lift item 8B. Also, I'd like just some clarification on 8C. That's it.
All right, so we'll lift 8B and 8C. So I have a mover and seconder for the rest of the consent agenda. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the Council hereby approves the following items and the various consent items be approved on the recommendation as contained therein. Report FIN 2219, Investing in Canada Infrastructure, ISIP Program, Green Stream Project, Replacement of Main Street and Elm Street water mains. Report PA 22-31, Ontario Land Tribunal Decision and Council Direction, 133 Main Street East. All in favor? And those are carried.
Aye.
All right, so our first lifted report is DRS 2219, Grimsby Farmers Market. Councillor Vardy, you wanted to speak on that?
Yes, thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I have some questions about the kind of in-kind support that we're giving to the farmers market. And first, let me say I'm really glad to see it come downtown. I think that's great. But we are providing, I'm assuming, power, road crews to put up the various barriers. The fire department comes. All of those things cost money. And I think it would be a good management practice, one, to, before we kind of vote on anything like this, that we know specifically what those costs are. And two, that we need to know more about the organization. So, what is the legal structure of this organization? What are its financial structure for income tax purposes? Is this a for-profit organization? It is a not-for-profit? What is it? So I think before we agree to anything, I think we need to know a little bit more about some of these issues. And it's also, with respect to a matter of fairness, do we do the same for other organizations? And if so, we should know more about other organizations' financial and legal structure. So I just want to put it out there. So I don't feel comfortable supporting this at this time until I had more information. Because I think there's significant cost to this. It's a recurring cost. And while I understand it, it is something that the community enjoys. I'm not trying to kibosh it, but I think we need to be better informed before we approve this.
Sarah, did you want to comment on it? Because is this resolution mainly for the road closure, and some of these other questions could be answered in a separate resolution, perhaps?
Yes, Mayor Jordan. So the report before you is really to get support for the road closure if we were to achieve that September 1st date. So that is the focus of it. In terms of addressing the questions, I could address many of them, maybe not all of them, but a good chunk of them if you'd like me to do that.
Yeah, I'd be happy for you to address some of the questions, whatever questions you can. Thank you.
So I can tell you that the Farmers Market Group is now incorporated. Their exact status, that is something I will have to get back to you, but I know they are. I saw the papers. And they do have a steering committee as well that forms how they make their decisions and how that group manages things. But again, if there's specific questions surrounding that beyond that, I'm happy to take that and get that information to you. In terms of the support that we provide, we have for quite some time, and it is in past reports as well, assisted with the road closure in terms of providing all of the supplies and the materials. And for the most part, the volunteers would actually set up the barricades themselves. The change here would be that we would be looking to help just actually set the barricades up, and that's largely a safety matter that we're seeing. We'll be coming forward, I think, with most events, and it's not unsimple for happening in Grimsby and other events that would be down there, most of which we're involved with. So that's why this one's perhaps a little bit different, is generally we're a partner or we're actually the leader of it. But it's just making sure that the people that are doing the physical closure have been trained in road safety practices and are doing it safely. They're still doing the lion's share of the work. The big piece of it is getting all the parked cars off of the street and some of those things that the volunteers could safely do. So they will still remain to do all of those pieces. We will just be helping to actually physically close the road rather than just drop off the material. So that is a slight change. But again, I think it's something that going forward, we're anticipating as things change, and it's understandable that they want to ensure there's proper training in place for that. With respect to power, we are looking and working with the market in terms of some different models for how exactly we're going to do the costing to reinstall power. It's something we're looking at anyways for us, because quite honestly, we use it as well. We use it for happening in Grimsby. We use it for the parade. We use it for a variety of events. So ensuring that there's a power supply that we can rely on, that can be used for a wide variety of events, including the market, but not only them, is something that's of benefit to all of us.
I guess what I want to say, just because we've done it in the past, doesn't necessarily mean we should, continue to provide those things in the future free of charge. Like if this is a for-profit company, then why aren't they paying, right? And I think it's important to know those things before we go ahead with any decision making on this. The other thing is, what about insurance? Have they taken out insurance?
Through you, Mayor, I can address that if you want. They are not a for-profit company. I am I'm almost positive, but again, I can verify that. And in terms of insurance, they do have insurance. They're part of the Farmers Market Ontario group, and they get insurance and a variety of provisions through that. And they have to satisfy all the requirements under Ontario Farmers Market as well. So they actually make the application for the road closure. It's actually their road closure.
All right, so, but we are providing the fire department. We are providing firefighters, yes?
Again, through the mayor, and not necessarily, that's not a requirement. That was something that the fire department saw a great deal of value in, and I don't think Chief Hudson is here, but I don't think that's a necessity on the road. But you know, if there is value in the fire department being there, they were using it as a prevention and an education component. They may wish to be there again.
All right.
It's a necessity to have the road as part of the road closure.
So I guess what I'd like to know then from the chief, if that is included in his prevention and education budget for this year, or has he considered that, given that this is something new? I think that's really important that it be budgeted for and the costs identified. And again, I think we need to know specifically the legal structure, how they file their taxes, et cetera. We just have to be more stringent in how we deal with outside groups. I mean, we do have an annual granting submission where we have a call for submission, and people are able to apply to the town for various grants or assistance. Perhaps this really should be included in that kind of call out and not sort of done separately. Thank you.
CAO?
Through you, Mayor, to the council. Basically, you know, we've always budgeted pre-pandemic in a way to support our community so that the chief has the funding in there to be able to do this. But most importantly, as Sarah's brought this directly to council, because we're trying to make something happen that I believe that the community wants back. It's the farmers market downtown. So we prefer a decision tonight by council if possible. Thank you.
Councillor Vane.
Thank you. A couple of points. I had the Farmers Market Committee, steering committee, come before us back when we had our standing committees. They came before the Parks and Rec Committee to talk about what they do. A, they claim to be nonprofit. B, the downtown merchants would kill if we don't approve this. This is hugely important to the downtown merchants. I'm surprised the BIA hasn't put something forward about this, or DIA hasn't put something forward before about this, because of the merchants down there have constantly told me how badly they want it. They even had stickers put on their door saying they wanted it.
Just a clarification, Councillor Vane, the DIA has put something forward, so they're in support. Okay. The DIA is in support of it.
Okay, thank you. So the merchants downtown very much want this. The people want this. To sit here and ask about their tax status and stuff, I don't think that's something that we really have a right to do. They are a not-for-profit, and they have been there, and they are a tradition. So for us to suddenly pick them apart, I think we're not doing this to other charities, so I don't quite know, or other functions, sorry, not necessarily charities, other functions and events. So I'm not quite sure why we're suddenly picking on this one, but I know that a lot of the people support it, and most of the merchants I've talked to anyways do support it, and I will support it. Thank you.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've always supported the downtown farmers market. I think it's an important part of what we had planned in the past and what we want in the downtown. We've seen things like the alleyway improvement and all those things downtown that have occurred over the last few years that the municipality has spent money on and the DIA has spent money on. I think the intent of this has always been to bring people downtown, and this will continue that process. If people, I share people's concerns about the for-profit nature of the business. If it is for profit, that's something we definitely need to know about. Something we can explore, maybe get questions back. But as far as approving this is concerned, this is the season, the remainder of the season is very short. So that might be something we want to consider for the springtime. If it is for profit, definitely something that needs to be considered. But if we want that market back downtown, for September 1st, I'm going to vote in favor of approving this tonight with the recommendation that we do hear back from staff about the nonprofit nature of the business. Thanks, Your Worship.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to our Director Sweeney. Was it the market's idea to move down there this September, or was it somebody else's idea to move it down there this September? Because I had heard at the first of the season they weren't moving there till 2024. They were going to stay put at the Peach King. So they're there at the Peach King. They've been there for a couple of years. They were at downtown. They were at the Ukrainian church in the parking lot when they first evolved. And now we're going to ask them if they're not for profit. I think that's kind of insulting to the people that are running that organization. I know what they charge for a vendor stall, and they're sure not making any profit. So I think we should maybe let that one slide for now. Anyhow, I don't think it was their idea to move down there this September, Sarah, was it?
Through the mayor, no, it was not entirely, although they were quite supportive of the idea. We as staff have heard from a lot of businesses as well, including many DIA members, really anxious to see the market return down there, as well as many events. And I think even in some ways, to be honest, happening in Grimsby really sort of, I think, sparked that even more, just seeing the vibrancy down there and really seeing the businesses, how much they enjoyed that. And seeing the activity down there, and you are correct. They moved up here because of COVID. Just to be clear, that was the reason that they came up to the Peach King Center parking lot. And then depending on what works might have been occurring down there, the thought was maybe they would just remain here for a little while longer. But seeing that there is a window of time that they could return down to Main Street, I think they certainly see the benefit as well. So it was not their initial suggestion, but definitely a strong level of support from them. And I think a lot of the vendors are also quite excited at the idea of returning down there. Well, it's worked out well here, and it was a great way to see the market continue in some form during COVID. It just doesn't have that same experience and appeal, I think, for any of the people, from the vendors, from the participants, and even for the businesses. So I think it's a win all the way around if we can get them back down there for some time, with the intention that in 2023 they would be down there as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you for the report. I'm excited too to see the farmers market come back downtown. A couple things came to mind as I was reading the report was the power, because the power used to come off, I think, one of the old Home Hardware building. I think that was a service that was put in for the when the market was down there a couple of years ago. So that came to mind about where they're going to be getting power from. So the other thing is the patio bump outs. Will that generate any problems at all? I mean, from accessibility for the I guess for emergency vehicles, if there was anything that they had to get through. So that's another thing that I was thinking about too. I will be supporting this because it is a very tight time frame that they want to get down there by early September. So, but I think it's a great event coming back to the downtown for all the businesses and the residents coming to, visiting the downtown. So, thank you.
I can address a few of those if you want through the mayor. For the power, that was a power box that was the farmers market, and they were paying the utilities on it, and they were kind enough to let us use it for a variety of our events. But it was removed, and we are looking at installing it even for our own purposes, because as I said, we do use it for other events as well. That's where we do our live streaming for the parade. We've had doors open events in the past. We've needed it for our September event, Grimsby 100. We would really benefit from having that power and struggle if we don't. And other events is happening in Grimsby as well. So looking at what sort of collaboration can be there, that for any events and activities that do go down there, it can be a resource to anybody. In terms of the bump outs, it is a little bit of it might create a little bit of a change in how they do their setup, but they're very confident that they can work with it. And they will, of course, work with the fire department and any other officials to ensure that they approve the layout from an emergency access standpoint.
Councillor Vane.
Thank you. I forgot a point earlier about the fire department. I had spoken to the previous chief, and when this was first done, because I had the same concerns about the cost, and he told me that the reason it was done was to allow the fire department to be able to respond quickly across the town, and they felt that was a very strategic location, with the secondary purpose being of educating people about fires. So it was done at the chief's discretion, not at the request of the farmers market. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor DeFlavio.
Could I make a friendly amendment to that?
You, Councillor Vardy, you have a friendly amendment?
Yeah, just that we ask for that the information requested, such as tax status, whatever, be their annual financial statements, if they're not for profit, be provided to the town and to council. I don't want to hold this up either.
No.
But I think this is sort of a good management practice.
Well, I need to ask the mover and seconder, are they okay for that? Councillor DeFlavio?
If Councillor Vardy wants to put that in a separate resolution, I'll second it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to see it in a separate resolution.
Okay.
I'd like to get this, the timelines for the road closure approved as fast as we can, and then we can draw up a second. So we'll vote on this one, and then we can add the second one on. Moved by Councillor Ritchie.
If she's going to bring a second motion forward, is it germane to the topic, or would we need a notice of motion?
I would say it's germane to the topic.
The clerk's ruled that it's germane to the topic, so. I'll read this resolution. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that report DRS 22-19, Grimsby's Farmer Market Road Closure Support, dated August 2nd, 2022, be received for information that council endorsed Grimsby's Farmers Market related road closures on Main Street West each Thursday beginning September 1st, 2022 and continuing or concluding October 6th, 2022 to be forwarded for approval by Niagara Region. All in favor? That's carried.
Mommy, go! Go, Mom! Yes, go!
Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that the documents requested by council be obtained by staff and an update be provided to council. Probably should say regarding Grimsby Market.
Mm-hmm. Recorded vote.
Regarding the non-for-profit status of the...
Yeah.
As a matter of a good management practice, and I'll bring forward a notice of motion that we do this in all instances when we're cooperating with various organizations, that we do our due diligence on the management side.
All right. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that the documents requested by council regarding the not-for-profit status of Grimsby Market be obtained by staff and an update be provided to council at a future date. Was it Councillor Dunstall that you requested a recorded vote? Yes.
I think I wanted that, the tax information, et cetera, also be provided. Like any organization we deal with, we should know their financials. Even if we have, when we, work with GBF holds an annual general meeting where all of their financials are there, and they're available to anyone who asks for them. So I just think it's a good practice.
All right, I'll reread it then. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor DeFavio. Resolved that the documents requested by council regarding the not-for-profit status and other financial information of Grimsby Market be obtained by staff and an update be provided to council at a future date. Recorded vote. Requested by Councillor Dunstall.
Councillor DeFlavio?
Aye.
Councillor Dunstall?
No.
Councillor Frake?
Yay.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
No.
Councillor Sharp? Councillor Sharp, you're muted.
No.
Councillor Vane?
No.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes.
That is carried.
All right, we're moving to the other lifted report, Report TC 22-17, updates to election sign bylaw, 1048, dated August 2nd, 2022. Questions or comments? Councillor Vardy?
Thank you. I'm the one who lifted it. I just wanted a point of clarity, because when I was going through it, there are all these different versions, and if it talks about being able to put a sign up on your headquarters, and there's no time limit on that whatsoever, as long as you have registered. Is that correct? Peter? Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Peter.
Through you, Mayor. So the timeline is the filing of the nomination paper. So a candidate could advertise an election sign on their campaign headquarters following the filing of their nomination papers.
And for the rest of the signs, it's 6 weeks before. So can you identify that date exactly? Sorry?
Is that, you see September 9th?
September 9?
Through you, Mayor, I could confirm the date, but yeah, it would be 6 weeks prior to the election.
Okay, thank you. That's everything I had.
Councillor Frake?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. How does one qualify their headquarters? Do they have to make a declaration or file some papers or sign anything? I mean, couldn't they just decide their headquarters is a telephone pole? Or what? I mean, how do they qualify what their headquarters is, where it is?
Peter?
Through you, Mayor. So the bylaw does indicate, let me just pull up the section here, that the campaign headquarters, once the building's been designated, they must advise the clerk in writing of the address of his or her headquarters prior to erecting the signs.
Yeah, that's an important point, and I think that needs to be really well advertised, because I don't think most of us knew that. I didn't know it. Even though it was probably in there, I just overlooked it. But that's an important point. So let's make sure that it's out to all the candidates that are out there. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, I think it was the fact when I went and looked at the old bylaw, I saw that it had a discrepancy. Certainly Sarah and I looked at that and saw that it said two different things. And I know that's not going to work. So Peter, you can probably elaborate on the changes we made just to make it more conforming with other municipalities in the both in the region and beyond.
Yes, sure, thanks. And through you, Mayor, you're absolutely correct. So there was contradictions in the bylaw. So as you stated previously, one of the amendments that were approved by council had indicated that campaign headquarters, advertising on the campaign headquarters was permitted upon filing of the nomination, and then there was an extra section that was added that indicated that that would only be permitted 6 weeks prior. Most municipalities provide that it can be advertised on the campaign headquarters following nomination, so that's consistent with most other municipalities. One other thing I just wanted to highlight, one of the additional amendments that we're making is the inclusion of the definition of campaign headquarters. So that indicates that it's the actual office or the building, so that's where the signs are to be advertised, on the actual building, not on the property itself.
Just to clarify then, so they could be in a building, they could be in your window, for instance. If I declare my home my headquarters, I can put a sign up in my window. However, I can't put a sign on my lawn stating it's my headquarters.
And through you, Mayor, that's correct. So you would be able to advertise your candidacy on the headquarters, so the building, or in this instance, your house. You would be permitted to advertise on your lawn following that 6-week period. So once we get into that September 12th timeline, then you can advertise on the property.
Any further questions? Just need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that report TC 22-17, updates to election sign bylaw 10-48 dated August 2nd, 2020 be received, and that the draft bylaw being bylaw to amend bylaw 10-48 attached as appendix A be approved. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to report PA 20, oh no, okay, that was dropped, right? That's scratched out.
I just want to acknowledge that was withdrawn.
Okay, so report PA 22-32, notice of intention to designate 9 Elm Street. That report was actually rescinded prior to the meeting. So now we move to section 14, bylaws. Need a mover and seconder for first reading. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 22-58 to 22-61 inclusive, and the same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. All right, need a mover and seconder for second and third reading. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 22-58 to 22-61 inclusive read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed, and that the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same, and rule councils to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to number 15, announcements. Any announcements from council? I know Councillor Dunstall wants to talk about pickleball. Go ahead, Councillor Dunstall.
Well, originally I didn't, Mayor. I wanted you to make the announcement. We were both there that night. I think it was a couple of Fridays ago, and Director Sweeney had sent out an email to tell us they were going to have a soft opening to the pickleball courts on Lake Street by the dog park. And we had in attendance about 10 or 12 very active pickleball players, and it was a nice event. We got to play pickleball. The mayor is much more proficient at it than I am, and I suffered for a couple of days with a bad hip after that. Too many left-hand shots, I guess, but they're beautiful courts. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's two you can book and 2 that are open to the public, if I understand it correctly. So get out there and get your paddles and enjoy. It's good exercise, and they're beautiful courts. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to give a big shout out to the beaches community, particularly Mark Raddy, Kate Sharrow, and a whole host of other people for putting on an event, a music event on Saturday. And all the proceeds went to urban wildlife, which doesn't get any grants and is a locally run organization. It was well attended. They collected $2,500, which was fantastic from local folks. There are lots of donations from a lot of different retailers in the area, and I must admit, I have to give them a lot of credit. So it was a great event, and everybody had a lot of fun. Thank you.
Seeing no more announcements, before we move into closed session, our next meeting is September 6th, 2022, following Committee of the Whole. We have that closed. No, I don't have the closed session declaration.
I can do that if you want. I just have it in front of me.
Sure.
Sorry about that.
All right, the clerk's going to read the closed session declaration.
Prior to the closed session, all members of council are reminded that any discussions in closed are to remain confidential as per our Code of Conduct and Procedure bylaw. Each member attending electronically is to confirm the following: that matters are to remain confidential, no one else is present, no one else can hear the closed session, no one is using any electronic devices other than the tablet or computer used for the purposes of the video conferencing only, and not recording this portion of the meeting. Councillor Vane?
I understand and agree.
Councillor Sharp?
I understand and agree to all except the electronic devices.
All right, we just need a mover and seconder to move into closed. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that council meet in closed session under section 2392C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board specifically related to a pending acquisition or disposition of land, and section 2392F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, specifically regarding a site alteration permit for 153 Mud Street East. All in favor of going into closed? All right, we're moving into closed now. The open session will return after these two closed items. All right, welcome back. We're just coming out of closed. We have section 18. Do you want to do this first, or do we do the?
Sorry, this will be the first one,
All right.
and then we'll move to that.
All right. So our first resolution is in regards to item 17A. The mover and seconder, Councillor Ritchie. Seconder, Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the update provided in closed session in regards to item 17A be received and that staff proceed with the direction provided in closed session. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to the open session report, DPW 22-23, site alteration permit approval, 153 Mud Street. Brandon, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the purpose of this report before council is to obtain council's approval to issue a site alteration permit for site works at 153 Mud Street East. The proposed works involve the proponent importing a maximum of 30,000 cubic meters of material to 153 Mud Street East in order to return their property to a farmable state. The background on the property is that it was subject to a previous site alteration permit 2018. Permit had expired in 2019 and the owner was unable to renew their permit due to a site alteration moratorium. New site alteration bylaw was enacted by the town in 2020 and the rules of the new bylaw did not permit the works to be completed. Proponent has agreed to reduce the amount of soil being imported, capping the amount at 30,000 cubic meters. A site-specific bylaw amendment is needed to allow the director to issue permit for these works, which is included in the report. Staff have identified specific conditions that the proponent will need to meet as part of the permit. And again, these conditions are outlined in the report before council, as well as the draft permit, which is included in the appendix. Staff are recommending that council approve the proponent's application, subject to the applicant meeting all the conditions outlined. I'm happy to take any other questions.
Thank you, Brandon. And thank you, AJ. I saw you pop in for a second. Any questions or comments from council? Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just curious, Brandon, because of the amount of material that they're requesting to bring up there, is there any or could there be an involvement with the public meetings at all for this application?
The decision to waive the public communication component was provided under previous direction from council that was handled in closed session.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments from council, need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake. Seconder, Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that report DPW 22-23 site alteration permit application 153 Mud Street East dated August 2nd, 2022 be received and the council pass an amendment to bylaw 2020-44 site alteration bylaw authorizing the Director of Public Works to issue a permit authorizing up to 30,000 cubic meters of fill at 153 Mud Street East, and that in accordance with Part 9, Section 26 of Bylaw 2020-44, Site Alteration Bylaw, the Town of Grimsby entered into a site alteration agreement with the owner of the lands, Ivan Stanzik and Vera Stanzik, and the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the agreement, and that in accordance with Part 9, Section 25 of Bylaw 2020-44, Site Alteration Bylaw, a site alteration permit be issued to the owner of the lands, Ivan Stanzik and Vera Stanzik, once all required agreements, securities, plans, and drawings have been submitted to the town, or to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works. All in favor? That's carried. All right, we need a mover and seconder for first reading of the bylaws. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 22-62 and that same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Need a mover and seconder for second and third reading of the bylaw. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 22-62 read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed, and that the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same and rule councils to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Vardy?
I just have one question before we close. It's for the CAO. With the upcoming AMO conference, can he tell me if any meetings have been arranged and with which ministers, and when will we be receiving briefing notes if they have been made?
CAO?
Thank you, Mayor to Council Vardy. Yes, we've heard from a couple ministries. We're waiting to hear from 3 more. So we should hear from all the ministries by the end of the week, and then I'll provide all of council, and specifically those that are going, a schedule of when our meetings are, and our briefing notes will be done to you next week. Okay. So we're just waiting for a few more ministries. I thought we could do it all at once and get it out to you in one package. And then I'm going to provide some binders for you that Council Vardy that you're going, and I think Council Sharp's going, Council Ritchie, and we'll have all that ready for you into next week before you go to Ottawa.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CAO. Our next meeting is scheduled for September 6, 2022, following the Committee of the Whole. Meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone. Have a good evening. Thank you.